Hey, Emily. Yeah, thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 30 months. Mm-hmm, kind of figured. All right, Em.
Okay. First on his address label,
Yeah.
what's the person's name?
Preston Shearer.
Spell the last name Vantage. SH.
Thank you for subscribing. Morning, Cecil.
Finally put this address in on the box. You want me on the side?
I don't care. However you want to put it on there. No preference on that.
Better. This chair from Paul, office web to computer.
It was an on-site.
Oh, I was reading what
I
the
don't know why she wrote that on there.
Okay.
It was that on-site I did on Monday. Morning, Rye Guy. Yeah, you know what that means. Time to retire. So, spool centering disc for foreign spools 65. That. 60. $55. I'm assuming this one is 50. So that failed. Alright, good to know. That means that failed. So what is this? Rotary handle twist grip cap. Washer. 3 by 8.5. By 8.5. Screw knob. We're gonna build a computer today. Washer. Washer. Rotary handle twist grip main body. With hexagon. Yep. Is it? It's pretty good. How would you guys feel about like a morning news recap thing? About what happened in tech the day before? And we can talk about it. I know I'm already pretty busy, but it might be interesting. Because I like it.
They all listen to different tech news.
Huh?
Especially if they all listen to different tech news.
Yeah.
Compare notes.
Yeah, because one of the things I found interesting is I started digging into that. We were talking about Android going. Android is not going to be available because like Google and stuff is going to have to sell them. Well, I did a little bit of digging into that. Apparently, there's a single repository that's losing access. And it's not because Google is having to sell it off. It's because Google is making the repository specifically for Pixel devices no longer publicly available because of some of the code they're putting into it in the AI models.
Well, that's not right.
Huh? Well, it is right. It's proprietary code that they don't own, so they can't give other people access to it.
Oh, okay. Then why are they losing it?
Because they paid for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the thing with like the stuff that's currently on iPhone really isn't useful at this point. I'm sure at some point it will be, just right now it's not. So I don't know if you guys remember, I printed that little shield a couple weeks ago. Alright, Em. Well, owner of the company wants me to print more. But he's going to send me over a model. I told him to add a phone number to it, so he can hand them out like business cards. And he really liked that idea.
Okay, this is all yours to ship because I cannot.
That's fine. That's awesome, Emily. Oh, right, guy. The most daddest of jokes. Just one, Emily? You just got one? The daddest of jokes. That was hilarious. This is Chris. Hi, Kyle. Yep, I know. Yep, I got you. Go, man. Yeah. What's your question?
These two papers here
Hello.
for Tony and Adele, Kevin and Wendy, no second pages to sign and talk?
Just on the one. One of them should have a second page.
There's three of them here. I got the second one for Ruth Lawrence, but nothing for Wendy Lawrence and
Wendy Lawrence, they just took it.
you didn't pay for anything? Okay. Okay, what about this one? I don't have anything but this
That's the PS5.
I know it is.
Yeah, he just took it. Because it was dead.
Okay.
Guten Tag. Hey Linda, it's Chris. Rob just called me. What's going on, Matthew? Mm-hmm. What's going on? Good. Mm-hmm. 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 I mean, sure. I don't see any reason why not. I was going to focus on working on those buckets this afternoon. Um, you'd rather I'd come into there instead of working on that? So, and I can basically, you send me the wording you want up there, I can get it up there. That's not a super. Sure. Yeah, no, or I can also do it. I mean, yeah, that's not a problem. Hmm. Yeah, that's fine because I can. We're in the middle of working on that on the buckets. I can take a break for a little bit and work on that. Okay. Yeah, don't say that. Why do you say stuff like that? Like it should be easy, and then 10 hours later, well, I don't know what broke the whole company. Mm-hmm. Uh huh. Yeah. I know. All right, guys. Yeah. Bye. Bye. All right. I love it when people are like, "Yeah, it should be super easy." It hurts my brain. Like, you don't know how big of a jinx you just created, sir. Although I have some more left, I just claimed myself a new work project. Well, good morning from Texas. I had to run out of friend nectar of the gods. Ugh. I like the white monster and the white Red Bull. CEO building a rocket. Although I have some more left to work, I'm starting to. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to get mad at laptops. Follow each. 1 year, 5 months, 7 days. 2 years, 6 months, 19 days. Yeah, sometimes that's doable, sometimes it's not. It was frustrating, the amount of time that I had to spend on with support. I spent quite a bit of time on with support trying to fix a problem that they created. It was great. Grant, you never have to apologize or sympathize with me. I appreciate it, though. She's good. She's just chilling over there. There you go. That's like what, quintupling your money? Something like that? Almost 12, dang. Of course you'd be good at math. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thank you, All right. All right, let's install the battery. And then we'll do that build. Get that out of here. Ooh. Excuse me. So this is, start off with that. This is an HP 15. Audio mixer. All right. Replacing a battery in an HP 15 DY 1091WM. So on the bottom of the laptop, we have 2 visible screws and then several hidden screws. And when you're taking this off, you might have a little bit of an annoying time because some of this adhesive just does not want to come off. But underneath that adhesive, we have 2 black screws which go into the hinges. They're a little bit heavier duty of a screw, less likely to get stripped. We have 1 more silver screw in the back. And then we have 1, 2, 3, and then all we're going to do is come to the front, find a little bit of a corner like that, and then we are going to just slowly and gently just work our way around the outside. And then release all the little clips that are holding everything together. And that gets us into here. This laptop uses an HT03 XL battery. We got a replacement one here. All right, that battery is held in by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. Just be careful not to touch the motherboard before you have the battery out. Last thing you want to do is short something. That out, and then a new one slides in like so, and then we just put our screws back in. Morning. All right, we're gonna put this back on. Give it a flippity flip. Give it a quick power on. See if it does turn on its own. If it doesn't, we're just gonna have to go grab a power cord, get the battery out of shipping mode, because that does happen. So, yeah, it's starting up. We're fine. So when you pull the battery out and try to turn it on the first time, what's going to happen is you're going to get a message on the screen that says, warning, CMOS has been reset. If you just hit enter, you will be fine. It'll bypass that. It usually takes between 30 seconds and 2 minutes to come up. So just be a little bit patient. It will pop up. And then You're good to start using your laptop after that point. And then we put our screws back in. Put our foot back on. Pull that off. External screw on. And there you go. You hear it starting up. 2. And now we go hidden screws. 1, 2, 3. All right, and we put that back on. And we flip it over. There you go. Now we're going to get this over to my office manager to have her clean this up. Just make sure everything's clicked back together. And then get this out of here. And that's it. That's how you replace the battery in this laptop. Excuse me. It was quite the sneeze. Please give that a clean.
Want me to get separate checks?
No, just we'll do it on one. That's fine.
You still have a copy of that procedure sheet I sent you for my injection? I don't know what it's called. Or just like put on my form.
I handed it back to you.
But you scanned it, and I
Right.
out.
So no. When you scan a QR code, it doesn't save it to your phone. It just opens up a web page.
I didn't scan it to my phone.
I scanned the QR code,
Okay.
which just opened a web page. That's it.
But how'd you show Melinda?
It was still open on my phone.
Oh. You told that.
Of course. Call the doctor, find out what it's called. Thank you. Or you could just take 30 seconds and call them and find out what it's called. That is the other option. I know, doing work in the moment. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, I really never messed with laptops much. Would it even be worth upgrading the RAM in my 11th gen MSI laptop? Yeah, sure. Toss 32 in there. See if you can even get a higher speed. That'd be a great little upgrade. All right, who was that? Angeline?
Yeah.
That laptop, what number is it?
23.
All right. All right, I'm gonna take this home tonight because one of my monitors is dying. Time to start replacing them. Or as Ramrod said, replace all 3 at once. Because he's a bad influence. Okay. Build time.
You need a fork.
Yes, I do actually. Look at that. Mom's staying on top of stuff that I've forgotten. I'm going to go through all of the steps today. No, 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 no. I don't want that stuck in my head. Dang it. Now I gotta listen to it. There it is. Scratch that itch, Dorade. All right. So we have a let's see how much room on my screen that takes up. I have a feeling it's going to take up a lot. Hey, you mentioned that last night, didn't you? Actually, I wonder. Can I just do this here?
I know what, I need to know what the medical procedure is really called. 27, 1946.
9638.
You said it starts starting at what's it good for? CRANSFORMAL.
Let's get a nice little poto set up here.
Yeah. That's understand my picture. The proper name. So, and I threw away the original sign, so it is my fault. But I did not have it correct. Thank you for your time. You too. Bye-bye.
Without the hat. Here you go. Better? Pretty sure it's the fact that I no longer have a beard. I would say that has more of a distinct effect. Because I felt like it. Not go crazy now. Howdy. Ooh, that barely fits under my desk. This is going to be kind of an anti-RGB build. What is the maximum resolution? All right, so we got ourselves a build. We are going to be building a gaming computer that has a Ryzen 7 7800X3D, 32 gigs of DDR5, 6000 megahertz. This is, I believe, CL30. Don't remember specifically. Yep, CL30. Oops. We got 1 terabyte of storage, then we got 4 terabytes of storage. We got a bunch of storage. All of that is going in this MSI Mag X870 Tomahawk. For power, we're doing a Superpower LED X3. And our video card is going to be an RTX 5070. And for cooling, we're doing an Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 Pro 360. All of that's going into a Fractal XL North XL. So, get going on that here in a second. Hello? Hey, what's up? No. Just email them to me. Yeah, email them. That's huge. Normally STLs are much smaller. Yeah. Okay. So just be aware the viewport isn't going to print. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, yeah, and then just toss it in Drive and then send me a link or send me an email. All right. Yeah. All right. Bye. All right, so let's start by pulling our motherboard out. See what we get here. Thank you for that. Get a little bit of water going on. All right, in our box, we get some regulatory notes. some cable. Huh. Never seen these. We got stickers. There's a bunch of different stickers, but these are specifically for wrapping around cables, which is kind of nice. So you can label them. We get a M.2 standoff. We get an M.2 standoff. We have another M.2 standoff. This, I believe, that's a flash drive, so you can update the BIOS. We have a key. This way. We have a key that's meant for installing the standoffs. We have a front panel connector, which that's fun. A USB header splitter. Actually, what is this? Let's see what this cable is. I've actually never seen this cable before. What are you? That is a fan splitter that is specifically designed to go into a specific connector. So we might end up using this. I believe it is this cable right here. It's called EasyCon. Cool. And another standoff screw. And SATA cables. We're not going to need any of that. Let's get this back in there. In this, I believe, is our Wi-Fi antenna. So we'll leave that in there. We'll make sure the guy knows, the person who's getting this computer, that this is in here if he wants to use it. And we're going to put extra boxes and stuff inside of here. Let's start. There's a good chance we're going to have to do some memory learning here. So that'll be fun. Yeah, I already took my sip. All right. So these have the quick release on them. There's a little metal thing you push that way, quickly releases it. There is a little peel we got to do here. So the reason we have so many standoff screws is because there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, normally we would toss this into our very top socket. We're not going to be doing that. We're going to use 2, 3, and in the future 4. We want to leave that top PCI lane dedicated to only the GPU. So, actually, we might use, no, we're not going to use 4. And these both have quick releases on them. They're kind of a toolless design. Once you get underneath the thing that requires you to use a tool. All right, 4 terabytes in. We can adjust, slide around. That's 1. This is 2. Get that in there. We have a 980 Pro and a 990 Pro. All right, get that in there. We'll put this back on here. All right, and then as always, we are going to remove these. Hello, Poorly. Nice to see you today. Yes, Emily, and I told you yesterday that I'm not going to answer questions that I already answered. And you'll find out once we get there, won't you? Because obviously I haven't installed it yet. All right, and we don't need any of these screws. We will hold on to this flash drive, and we'll toss a copy of the BIOS on there. Now, one thing I need to look at with this cooler is if this is one of the Arctic coolers that comes with the replaceable CPU bracket, where it actually replaces the whole frame, or if this is one of the ones that just sits on top. Because I do believe this is one of the ones that has a whole frame. It is a gaming PC, Emily. It literally says it right there. All right. This is, yeah, so that's the AMD stuff. It looks like the AMD version is just a pressure fit in this guy. And the Intel, let's see here, this is the Intel one. I do believe the Intel is a full bracket replacement. Yeah, so that's the Intel. So the Intel is a full bracket. Hey, Poorly, maybe you should read right there. Maybe you should read, sir. If you can run a business, you can read. Okay, let's go ahead and get this out of here. Gently put our CPU in there. We go down. We go down. CPU installed. In the box. All right. Next, I actually need to look up the instructions for installing this because I'd like to install the cooler bracket before we put this actually in the case. And I do believe this is a customer build, yes. Like I said, I do believe we got to do some special things. Products. Manual. Got all that. Okay. So, go ahead, get this out of here. Like I said, I just needed to verify which way this goes. Yes, that's because you didn't find me early on enough. We have our left, we have our right. Now we're going to get our screws out, our spacers. Also, I don't think I was streaming regularly 110 months ago, even though I've had a Twitch account for a very long time.
left. And then we go right. We'll see him. All right, now all of this spare stuff, I'm gonna go ahead, which is the original stuff for the motherboard, it's gonna go in the motherboard box. This is prepped. So let's start looking at our case. We have the screws for the actual mounting through the actual case. We got those on there, we got those on there. Not getting to that point yet. So one of the cool things about this is it actually comes with two different cables that you can use. You can either use one single cable that controls the VRM fan, the pump, and the fans for the actual cooler itself, which we're not going to use, or it comes with a cable that splits it all out, so you have individual control via the motherboard of each of the individual fans that you're going to be using for this build. And this is, we'll go ahead and use the MX6 liquid MX6 thermal paste on there. Set that over there. Take our motherboard, set our motherboard over to our left, and unpack this behemoth of a cooler and case. The XL. It's a big case, but it's a pretty case. I'm going to make sure we pull out our little handles. And then we'll use that box to give this to him so we can transport it home. We have boxes with boxes. Every time I see this case, I remember how much I love it. We have our little book with some instructions and some warnings in it. Generally, if you know what a computer case is, not something you need to worry about. So this case, we went with this one specifically because the person that this is for isn't super huge into RGB. Still, he wasn't super concerned with having glass or front panel fans that you can see, but I wanted to get something that was a little bit executive and a little bit big and also extremely, extremely functional. And this thing's going to have great airflow. Just because of the giant mesh panels on the side. Let's get this off of here. And then we have our fan rack. If you want to add more fans, you can toss some fans on here, and then there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can have one in, one out. You can have them both out, both in. You got options. You can put it down there. If you want to focus on cooling your memory and stuff, you can put it up here. This is a nice little feature to have included in this case. Inside, plenty of space. We have our 3 fractal fans already in there. I'm going to go ahead and get this back off because we're going to need, I believe Steve very much likes this case. that off of there. That's the rear. We have a silica gel packet and some screws. Cut that. That's a lot of silica. We can clean that stuff because it's the clear stuff. So we can clean that up and use that. It's an accessory pack. I will never do anything with payment plans. I can let you know when I have one and I can give you a price for getting it, but I will never do payment plans. Too much work and too much of a likelihood that I never see that money in the end. I've been doing this long enough that it's just a thing that I've had to deal with many times, and I don't plan on ever doing that in the future. There are companies out there that can help with that, for sure. But I do not work with any of them. All right, so in our little case here, we have some zip ties and some screws. We're going to set this over to the right. Don't need that right now. But first things first, this is a dual 2.5 hard drive. You have spots for 2, 3.5 hard drives. Fan controller with little splitters. And you can actually hook up 3 more fans to this plus another one. So you can have all of the fans in the case controlled by a single header, which is kind of nice. All right, let's get this flipped over. Let's get this motherboard in here. And you're going to see, even once we have this in here, we have so much room for activities. So that's sitting there. So even with a cooler put up here, we should have plenty of room to navigate to these connectors. And if not, then we can make an arrangement where all of these fans will move up top and then we put the cooler up front. It'll just be a little bit tight with our spacing. All right, let's pull out some of our screws here. Standoff. I believe these guys are our screws. It's a nice fine thread pitch. Go ahead and put that on top of that. Yep. Because I want to try and, I'm going to open it up, see what it is inside, and then if it's the same stuff that I have down there, I can just put it in the microwave and get it good. All right, let's get our standoff screws in there. 1, 3, 5, 7, 14, 21, 28, and 35. Now, if you were confused by that counting, don't worry. Editor Chris is also going to be confused by that counting, and that's the point. He was talking about a CPU master poorly. You're all good. All right, that is in. Next, let's go ahead and get our cooler mounted in here so we can see exactly how much space we are going to actually have. All right, so we have our this is a VRM cooling fan, so it'll actually blow cool air on this, which is kind of awesome. Cold plate. And one of the things I like that they do, it comes completely pre-assembled right out of the box. So you don't have to guess what goes where. And again, everything is done with a single cable on these guys. We just have some peels to do. And then we can get this thing mounted up in here. Remove our top. Set this over here. Let's move this down a little bit more, so you guys can see. All right, we're going to be mounting this like this with the heat pipes on the right-hand side. Oh yeah, we got so much room for activities. It's awesome. I love building in this case. I love the look of this case. All right, let's prep our screws and washers to make this process just go a little bit faster. Affirm is the company that I was thinking of. Affirmative. You see what I did there? See what I did there? You guys should laugh at my greatness. How many we got? 2, 12 total screws on this guy. 10, 11, 'This is the Fractal North XL. And if you ask again, you're going to get a channel warning. It's a joke, of course. All right, up we go. And you guys get to look at some of my lower extremities here. Don, you magnetic screwdriver. Stay there. Thank you. Okay. All right. Nice and lined up. Screwdriver. Get all these screws in here. Yeah, it can be. It always can be a dance, that is for sure. All right, let's get all these screws in here. Make sure they're nice and firm. One of the things you never want to do with these guys is over tighten them, because this is still just low quality metal and it can just strip. And that is the last thing that you want to have happen. Okay. That is done. Snap that back down. Gonna come down this way. Now, I'm gonna take a second and look at this little guy here. We have a couple peels to do, but what I want to do while I have the opportunity, we have fan, CPU fan 1. We're going to put the VRM on system fan 1. And we are going to put the pump on pump system 1. And we will... Where? Oh, that's right. Just going to do that. Set that off to the side. This plugs in right... Am I blind? They did move it. Used to be, this piece used to be right over here, and now it is over here. So this is the updated one. Let's get that plugged in. And then we're not ready to put that on quite yet. Yeah, this is a full tower. This would fit the 180 millimeter fans, no problem. All right, let's get these peels off of here. Let's grab our MX6 and do one. Ooh, do not like that it's coming out super dry already. I'm going to use all of it on here. We're going to use up our available space. And then I'm going to let the actual compression force from attaching this plate do the rest of the work of spreading out the thermal paste. One thing that I have a problem with immediately that gives me a little bit of a pause. See if I can, you guys can kind of see it. Let me zoom in here a little bit. See that circle? That circle that you see right there, that's very faint, is like a stain where I'm worried that oxidation might start. That's something we'll have to tell the customer to keep an eye on. If the temperatures start getting high, got to start worrying about that. Okay, so we're going to need to go like this. Because we talked about this yesterday. You never want these at the bottom. You always want it either at the top or on the sides. The main reason that you don't want it on the bottom is, again, if you get air bubbles inside of this plate, which you guys can't see. Actually, we'll zoom in. If you get air bubbles inside of the plate, there's no way for them to escape. They'll just sit at the top. Whereas this way, the air naturally wants to rise in liquid. So we're putting it the hoses at the top. Gives us the most likely chance that it will work any air bubbles out of itself over time. All right, let's get this lined up. Play the delicate dancing game of don't over tighten too early. Pull down. do not think that is lining up. There's no way that is lining up on there. All right, so got to make a little bit of a loosening adjustment here so that this can slide out a little bit. There we go. That is tight now. We'll do this side. Probably a dumb question, but do you have to worry about liquid coolers leaking? Yes, you actually do. Yeah, I like the quick release on the M2s. All right, and then we'll tighten this down again. We'll tighten this down again. Unfortunately, we're not using the top one on this one or the bottom one. We're actually using the middle two because I want to leave the top PCI Express dedicated to specifically this GPU. All right. So the reason, my mother asks why, is because the top PCI lane is shared with that top NVMe slot. So if you put something in there, some of the resources that would normally be dedicated to the GPU are set aside specifically for the NVMe. We had one here. We actually have had multiple on the channel, Poorly, and I believe you were here. So it's not wrong. It's just if you have a higher end card and you want to get the absolute best performance out of it, you just put the NVMe someplace else. So that way you have all these additional slots, might as well use them. These down here are using SATA lanes to the CPU. This and this uses the main PCI channel. All right, so we'll move that out of the way. Make sure we got our peel off of this. We got a peel on this. Let's get that out of here. And guess what? Our Arctic logo is going to be upside down. I don't think we can change that. It'd be nice if we could rotate this. You'd think that they would think about that, in all honesty. Is there not a way to rotate this? Yeah, it's negligible 1 per 2%, but if you're trying to get the absolute best performance, then that's how you kind of have to do it. All right, magnet in place. Next, let's grab our memory. Emily was asking about the memory before. Let's go ahead and get that installed now. Yep, magnetic connection with pogo pins. Because the fan that is inside of this is controlled by the pogo pins that are on the underside of it. Well, let's go ahead and get our memory in here. Our memory is DDR5, again, 32 gigs, 6000 CL30. Again, not doing RGB, so we have some pretty standard, just Corsair Vengeance, not Dominator, nothing special. Your run-of-the-mill productivity. Because the person was not interested in RGB, Emily. He says, I don't want RGB. I want performance. I said, okay. The price would be just the same. And he's like, still, I don't want it. And I said, your build, not mine. All right, let's get these screws tossed in here, get them put away. Next, it's time for our Superflower. So it is 0.1 FPS per LED in the RGB setup. So you just got to do some quick maths. That's sarcasm for anyone wondering. All right, Superflower power supply. I'm going to stand this up off to the side. So, nice thing about this, 80 plus gold. We're good there. 1,000 watt power supply, PCI 5.1 ready. And it actually has a 0 decibel mode, so it'll actually turn the fan completely off when not in use. Put that back in there. It is just a regular power supply cable, nothing special. Not like the LTT computer that we built that had the 2,500 watt power supply that required that chonky connector. All right, we are definitely not going to need all of these cables. Let's pull out what we will need. We're going to use both CPU connectors. So CPU connector 1. Then 24 pin. VGA. PCIe. PCIe. CPU 2. And that leaves 16 pin high power. The question is, does it need to be? Let's set that off to the side. Huh. So one of the interesting things about this motherboard that I had not taken into account is the fact that it has 16 volts, 16 volt. It has the 4-pin PCI on the bottom. So we'll go ahead and put it in there. I do not think that it is necessary. Let me do a quick read, just so I can make sure. So MSI. Ow. Which one are we here? Mag X870 Tomahawk. Because I don't believe it is necessary. And the whole reason that you have that connector on the bottom of the board is if you want to put, if you have a video card that supports extra power delivery through the motherboard, that's what that connector is for. AMD multi-GPU support, meaning that this could be used in a workflow environment. That is a one sheet. Don't want a one sheet. I want the full manual, please. They have quite a few generic connectors. So PCI Power 1. Let's find out. Just gonna power one. The CPU. Well, I thank you for subscribing. I could have swore we changed that. That audio cue. To go through and get that straightened out. So some things to read here, and I guess we'll go through this a little bit more when we're configuring the motherboard. But let's lay this down so you guys can see. So this is an NVMe 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is PCI 1, PCI 2, PCI 3. PCI 3 will only run at 2 times speed when installing a device in the M23 slot, which is this slot right here. You can switch PCI E3 slot to 4X in the BIOS, but it disables this slot. So that's just an interesting little thing to read. Onboard graphics. Two slots, power connectors. Expansion. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have any more of an explanation as far as requirements for that. So we're just going to leave it as is. And we'll put a cable into it, assuming that, I know it's not required. I know what it's for. It is for additional power through the PCI Express. And if you have a video card that actually supports power delivery through the PCI Express. Like a greater power delivery. Let me be very clear about that. Which I don't believe the 5070 does, but I believe the 5080. I think maybe it's the 5070 and 5080 that do, but I know the 5090 does not support that. It pulls way too much power. Let's get our CPU. PSU bracket all lined up here. All screwed in. Let's go ahead, get our cables clipped and fed through with this. 1, 2. Yes, I do agree. I think this is going to be a great system. 3, 4, 5. I do believe One of the things that used to be of concern with this processor was core parking. That problem, quote unquote, went away and doesn't really apply if you're doing a fresh build. If you are doing a downgrade where you're going from a Ryzen 9 to a Ryzen 7 that has core parking, then something you need to worry about. But as far as this is concerned, not something you need to worry about. Because we're going to be doing a fresh install of Windows, and the drivers we're going to be getting are going to be coming directly from AMD for this. All right, this is our infamous high power connector. One thing you always need to make sure is when you place this cable in here that it is seated until it clicks, and then you can hold the cable like that, shake it, and it does not come out. Then you are good. Maybe don't shake it over your computer. That's, probably a mistake, but I knew it was in there. And then lastly, our motherboard PCI power. And then we will stand this up, slide these cables out the back. Slide this power supply up in this beast. Tighten that down. Tighten that down. I think it's time to do some cable management, which means switching over to this camera. So you guys can kind of see what's going to happen, because a lot of what I'm about to do is going to be way easier to do with the computer standing up. So, main thing that we're going to be doing now is just putting connectors through. Let's adjust so you guys can see. What is going on? I have 0 camera control. We'll zoom in a little bit so that it'll be a little bit cropped. I mean, you can see all the way from the top all the way to the bottom. Top, bottom. We should be copacetic there. And we'll adjust some of these lights so we can see it even better. All right. We're going to pull our cables all the way out the back. Let's start with the least used component of any gaming PC build, which is our audio, front audio. There are people out there that swear by this, and I'm here for you, but in reality, 90% of people don't use it. Next, we will grab this is the fan hub that is in the back of this that I showed off a little bit earlier. Let's put this right here. Keep this a little bit as clean as possible. So we're going to install that right there so there's not really a visible cable. We're going to be doing everything we can to minimize cableage on this. One of the other cables we got was a single header connector for the front panel so that it keeps looking nice. If you know where these cables go, makes life super duper easy. And it's going to go like that. Something about this is not lining up in my brain. Put that on there. There it is. And then we have our power switch and our power LED so that you know when the computer's on. So you've seen too many pins pulled through connectors to pull on wires like that. Pull on wires like what? What did I do that was bad? Tell me now. All right, that should be back there. So now we have that single cable coming down there. USB-C. This is, I wish manufacturers would make a 90-degree version of this so I don't have to come out and flip around, or in this situation what I'm going to do is it's going to be a long run. Go like this. It's going to come all the way over from there. Cable. There we go. So it's just going to be a straight line coming over. And we might do that with some of these other ones. Like the USB 3, for instance. Probably make it look exactly the same. Have it coming from a little bit of a distance, like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I wasn't manhandling it, just to be clear. I was just giving it a good tug while in the air. That is all of our front panel connectors. So next, we're going to get that all cable managed here in a moment. Let's see if we can do the same thing with this cable that we just did with these guys, where we have, oh, that's upside down, where we're going to have a long straight run coming across. Like so, and we'll probably zip tie that up so it's nice and straight like that. I'm liking the way that these straight lines are looking. Let's grab our CPU power 1. Like I said, we got a whole bunch of space up here, which is nice. CPU power 1, CPU power 2, mainly used for overclocking, which I don't think this gentleman will be doing at all, but if he ever decides he wants to get into it, it is powered and ready for that. And then lastly, last connector going into the motherboard is going to be this PCI power down here. Which, gotta make sure that this cable stays connected together the way it's supposed to. And then we just go like so. That, everything for the front of this build other than the video card. So let's take a second, go ahead and install the video card, and then we will do the rear cable management. And then we're about ready to power this guy up. Lift this up and out. Open Sesame. Yes, I am. Not required unless, you know, things support PCI high power delivery. But just like I said, just reading through everything, it doesn't seem like that it would be an issue. So apparently also this connector allows 60-watt charging through some of the USB-C ports. Oh, look at that. There's a 10 gig and two 40 gig USB-Cs. That is stupendous. All right, we got our peel. So we can have a bunch of peels. Come on. Give me a corner. Go. One. Two. Such a small card compared to even the 4070. Okay, take that off. Sure we're not missing any. Yep, we're missing them on each of the fans. Make sure you pull those off. 90% of people forget that those are on there. And let's line this one up. So make sure we're going to pull the correct two. I think in raw numbers, it's like 20% better. Should we get everything lined up? Boom. Surprisingly, this is actually a somewhat light card, too. All right, and then the last connector that needs to come in. Come up from the bottom. Up and over. Remember, we got to leave a lot of room. Make sure it gets in there, make sure it's connected, and make sure this isn't too tight. That is pretty much entirely what this thing is going to look like. I got one cable here that I need to adjust. There we go. So yeah, that's what the front of this is going to look like. That's it. Now, let's do my favorite part. Cable management. No, it will not run Crisis. It's not that good of a PC. It's time to go to Home Depot tonight and get some more zippy zips. All right, let's start with this little bundle here. This is the cable management grommet right here. Go ahead and use this. They do. I've gotten ones from Harbor Freight and then immediately thrown them all out. I was inspired by my next door neighbor who started a marine repair service out of his house. And he started doing some cabling and stuff. I showed him some of my cabling. He's like, yeah, that's pretty good. And then he showed me some of mine. And I'm like, that is on a different level to what I do. It's extremely, extremely good. We have all of these cables. Let's get these guys next. Over here. Like, the other problem is, even with some of the zip ties and stuff that come either with the case or with the power supply, they are as cheap as they can be, but they're a quote-unquote value add for the customer because it gives them free cable management stuff in the box, and they can say, yeah, we totally did this for all of our customers because we know that you value accessories. Like this zip tie, which really doesn't do anything. Yeah, 1 cent might be a bit much for the quality of that. I wouldn't pay a penny for it. Like, I don't think the teeth even ratcheted on that. You should, 100%. And you should upgrade to the PTM sheets, the phase change stuff, like right away, because it's a better option than just paste, unless you're using liquid metal. So that's one cable. Why? Why in the world would you suggest that? Like, it's valuable to be able to have different options and something that doesn't like fall apart over time or dry out, rather than sticking with same old, same old. Let's slap some liquid in this. All right, there's that side managed. Yeah, Emily, I'm doing fine. That down. All right. Zippy, zippy, zips. Well, I mean, it's a better, more stable cooling medium or heat transfer. I don't know how to say cooling than thermal paste, which can just dry out. Sure, it costs a little bit more, but it gives you a lot more accuracy with, hey, I know how this is going to perform every time it reaches this temperature. Versus, well, I've been using this for a year. I should probably check on the actual cooler to see if there's still any thermal paste left on it. All right, now we start doing some of the nuanced stuff with some of these cables. Let's pull this out, come back through here, and we'll go back through. Cool. So we undid that little knot that was there. I've used the Thermo Grizzly stuff. It's pretty good. The LTT build used it. Yes, we do. We do what we want. Okay, let's figure out this mess. So we have our main control cable. We have a... Jeez. Don't tangle your cables when you plug them in. Challenge level impossible. Thanks, Fractal. Go right here's where we're going to start all this. Right there. It's right there. Now, let's get these cables untwisted and stacked all nice like. Hey, sometimes we just like spreading the love, Master. Makes you wonder if he retired or changed positions. Or if people weren't saying what Fractal wanted them to say, so then they started pulling access to their engineers. Looking at you, NVIDIA. Looking at you, NVIDIA. Or the more likely explanation is he just moved into a different department or something. Or got a promotion and doesn't have time to do it. Who knows? Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Anyways. It might be NECs. What is the difference between thermal paste and NECs anyways? One's non-conductive. They both turn you into a tin man regardless. Okay. It almost there. Got a little bit untangling to do. Undo that. Flatten. These cables really don't want to untwist. Right, I'm going to put one more right here. And then that is all she wrote for this cable. Right down to there. There we go. Next, our big old power supply cable. This one doesn't even need to go anywhere. Hello, Lee. Why is this cable from this company? Like, I love Superflower, don't get me wrong. But every single time I use one of these cables, it's just like... I think I'm gonna move another cable. I'm gonna move this cable as well. It's just like... Hey, we're gonna twist our cables as much as humanly possible. Cool? This cable's going to go through here. I changed my mind on that. I'm going to figure that out. I think it's good up until right about there, and then it's just like, meh, whatevs. I'm going to pull this back, hold it tight. All right. Yeah, and there's the problem that I knew I was going to run into is different cable lengths. Because reasons, quote unquote. All right. Oh, look at you. Being a professional over there, finding shorts. All right. Left flip. 12-volt. High power. Needs to be clicked in still. There's the click. Going to zippy zip. It's got a loop in it. I don't like it. Don't like it. There we go. Loop undone. All right. What do we think? That's the back. We'll get some photos. I think that looks pretty clean. Kind of want to do something kind of sneaky here, which is this. Yeah, that looks, I like that better. These nice straight lines we got going on here. What do you guys think? Is this like some of the best cable management I think I've ever done? I'm thinking so. That looks nice and clean. All right, let's get some nice footage of it here. All right, we're gonna press that button, and then we're going to press this button. There we go. Ooh, that's my face. Clean my cameras. Yeah. So rotate that, so we're not blowing it out. Give us a tap. Come on. Yeah, we got. That's our back. And then let's look at our front. We have Nice. Clean lines. Yeah. All right, let's see if the quality's any better now. Which camera is it using? It's using that camera? Why does it look like it's all smudged? Dim? I don't know what that would mean. Playing around with some settings here. Telephoto. Oops, nope. Let's go with the ultra wide. Well, that looks kind of cool. You guys can see the whole thing. Nope, that's my chin. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. All right, let's get some photos. Get all right, and of course we are not going to turn. We're not going to put any panels on without turning this on first. So let's get some stuff plugged in here. Get our USB. Pull out our little covers. One of the things I like doing is I like going and taking the HDMI shipping protection plug and putting that directly in the motherboard so people don't accidentally use that. I'm like 90% sure we're going to end up needing to flash this. We'll see. All right, let's get our first turn on going here. We're going to leave this right there. And a 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's awesome. Nada. Why do I have nada happening? That is all the way seated. wondering here. Something that was bothering me when I was looking at this. Turn it back off. Yeah. All right, let's try this one more time. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, I don't like this cable. It wasn't sitting in there connected all the way. All right, so do we have a first time post? Yes or no? We have a straight up, we do. Let's grab, let's go ahead and grab, we got a bunch of little settings we're going to change in the BIOS after we update it. Downloads, BIOS, version 7E51. USB device not recognized. Well, that's interesting. All right, we're not going to trust this USB drive from MSI because it ain't doing anything. I'll go ahead and plug mine in. All right. So the current version of the BIOS we are on is 7E51. I think we're on the same BIOS. Nope. It's 1A51 and this is 1A30. All right. All right. Out. Go to the back. Into our BIOS hole. And flash. Yes. Well, that's good, Master. So it's just a few generations newer. You should look at the Antec, I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, the Flux that has the Flux Pro though, with the screen, chef's kiss. Or you could get one of the new Lee and Lee ones that has the vertical screen, or the one that Jay just reviewed that has a place for you to put a screen inside the case. Thoughts on if you think FSR4 will come to I'm assuming our DNA 3 series? No, I don't. Like you might get some of the improvements from it, but I don't think the full fat thing is going to come there. Then again, I've been wrong about that quite often, so you never know what these large manufacturers are going to do. Thank you, Emily. All right, let's see how that print turned out. That turned out terrible. Why did we turn out so terribly? Okay, let's up our resolution a little bit. At the baseball stadium. Hey, did you get that laptop all cleaned up, Angeline? Yeah. Oh, I was waiting for you to tell me. I haven't called the person. All right. This is Chris over at the computer shop. Just calling to let you know that battery came in, got it installed, and the computer's ready to go. Thank you. Have a good one. All right, some settings we should look at changing based on some reading we were doing here. Did I close out the PDF? I think I might have. Imagine liking football teams. Ugh. All right. Cards? My brain just goes immediately to the Cardinals, which is a football team. I know. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that team hasn't been relevant in a very long time. That's why I forgot they existed. Just abandoned. Guy brought it in, gave it to us. That's it. That's the entire story of it. It's garbage. Resizable bar enabled. I said it's garbage. Like actual garbage, yeah. Enable that. That's fine. We want C. That's fine. Game boost. So what that did, we turn on X3D gaming mode. XMP is enabled. Precision boost overdrive, so PBO is set to advanced. PBO limits were set to motherboard defaults. PBO stellar or scalar is set to manual. PBO goes from 1 to 10. Curve optimizer is set for all cores. All core optimizer is negative. And then all core curve optimizer magnitude is set to 5. Let's give it a restart. Make sure she posts. Install the Windows. $6,000, yep. Yeah, Emily, I will be around. Did I get it in time? Yes, I did. That's generally what you want to do. Yeah, the 7900 GRE is a great, great, great GPU. A little bit power hungry, but still a great GPU. We are 0% of the way on that progress bar. Why is what slow, Emily? Probably not. I do have a 13700K, yes. Yeah, I'll probably be doing an AMD processor, honestly. I love how Emily asks me a question and then just disappears. Nice. Nice. That's the OOBE command. I don't have internet. What what the OOBE bypass NRO does, which doesn't work on current builds, is it allows you to bypass the Microsoft account requirements. Where did I put this guy's sleeve? Yes. Derek Rose. No, they removed it because they want people to do that. Yeah, it'll work. All right. Some drivers installed. Liquid Freezer 3 Pro. That downloaded. Question is, nope, Wi-Fi drivers are not there. Oh, Jesus, is it that time already? No, it's $3,000 worth of parts, basically. The case was like, what, $230? Hello. How are you? Not bad. Let's get these installed. pack all this stuff up. Corsair DDR5 6000 CL30. It's an MSI Mag Tomahawk X870 Wi-Fi Super Flower LEDX 1000. We have a 1 terabyte Samsung 980 Pro and a 4 terabyte Samsung 990 Pro. We have an RTX 5070. That's our build. Let's get this installed. Somehow, it can be. So apparently, I can't benchmark the 5060 for some reason in Cinebench. Yeah, it's just not supported. So awesome. Just one more thing I can check off the list. Not supported. So let's just get rid of this across everybody. Install. Alright, so we're just going to remove Cinebench from the benchmarking list entirely. And then just go back to Stability Matrix. Quite possibly. Seeing as they took so long to deliver drivers to everyone else in the first place. Let's get these installed. We can run our benchmarks real quick. No RGB. We can even turn off the LCD on this guy. No, I have not. The hole is starting to get worse too. It's just too many things requiring money right now. You heard? Like, I mean, it's probably worth getting one of the LTD bags. The other bag that I'm considering is one of the Milwaukee bags. The Milwaukee ones, they're pretty good too. I've actually had hands-on with that. We're right up there. Right back. All right, sold my peerless assassin. Now I got to order another one. Knew it was going to come in handy keeping those in stock. This is Chris. Yeah. 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty. Yes. Yep, here we going. Bye. Welcome back, Emily. Hey, Jeff. Can you do me a favor with that model? Can you get rid of the lip that goes around the entire outside of the thing? I don't know. It's whatever the lip is that's on the outside of the actual model. Because it's not like smooth. It has a step. And I can't print that flat because of that. So it's just every time I go to print it, it's messing up whenever it tries to do that lip. Yeah, so like when you're looking at it from the front, like if you look at it dead from the front, there's the actual, it's like you have the actual shield, and then it looks like there's like a cap that goes on the back. That's just a little bit larger that goes all the way around. That thing that's a little bit larger that goes all the way around is, because it's a different height. I can't stand it directly up on my print bed. Yeah, okay. If you can do that, that'll actually make it so I can print them, because right now every time I'm trying to print them, it's failing as soon as it tries to print that. Yeah, because that's the one I'm trying to print. So. Yeah, just text me when it's done. Alrighty. Yep. Bye. Let's get this restart done. Hey, thank you. Welcome back. I've been messaging you on Discord for like 2 days. Hope everything's okay. See if that's any better. I know. Thank you for telling me something that I know. I will do it momentarily. I am in the process of working on something, trying to get something working, and then I will do that. What the heck? Why is this completely different? Okay. No, I'm just installing Windows for the first time. Yeah. So far, so good. We got all of our drivers installed. Make sure we get our updates installed. And then we will get this out of here. Oh. All right. You have a good one, Steve. What's the difference between these two? All right, last batch. Yeah. All right, run all tests. Start working. On the buckets. That's surprising. cannot get stability matrix to run properly right now. Maybe I just need to give this a restart. I don't know why it's not working, Emily. Why is stability matrix not working for me? Yeah. That wouldn't be surprising. Gonna do once or twice a week. Twitch is just doing whatever. All right. Maybe you're getting banned. And you just don't know it. What is that? Oh, that's perfect, Jeff. See. Yeah, almost. Whatever. Well, there's a way I can simplify. Ultratex. Is that actually a command? No, it looks like the bots are down. I didn't even notice. I've been so focused on stuff. All right. Man, I wish there was a way to just get more light inside of this printer so I could see what the heck is going on. Probably gonna have to do this light upgrade. I wonder though. Okay, basically need this way. Oh man. Let's see what happens if I print it on this printer. Yeah, I know, I've seen it. Because right now I'm trying to print this shield. It's just not cooperating. We'll just put it like that. Open with Persia. So buy one, Poorly. They're not expensive compared to literally everything else in your life. It's 1/10 the cost of one of your trucks. Actually, no. It's 1% the cost of one of your trucks. Oh no, it's not an issue. Yeah. So I wouldn't say that I'm having issues, RAM. I'm printing stuff that isn't necessarily designed to be printed the way that I'm printing it. Like the things that I'm trying to print aren't, like right now, are not designed to be printed, and these materials that I'm printing with, I only have generic profiles. Like, and I might have to like simplify some of these models that they're sending me. Yes, that's the ESD ABS. On this printer, it would not work, will not print on this printer. But on my Prusa, it like it printed this out. Literally, this is one of the best prints I think I've had come off of my Prusa in a very long time. Like, that's a clean print right there. I gotta, one day I'm gonna break this printer down completely, clean everything, redo some of the wiring and stuff. I think the problem with the bamboo is that the gear for pulling the filament through is not strong enough. I think literally that's it. Because the ABS is getting just like straight up hung up, and it's not being pushed through. I think it's about to start raining. We'll see. Because I'm about to start printing on the Prussian now. We're going to see how that goes. So where did I install all this stuff? See, even now in with this right in there, you guys can't see that. It's not capturing the screen. Anyways, directly under the print head, I think is failing. Which, I don't know why. Well, maybe not this time. Yeah, no, it is. You can see it's not. There's just stuff bouncing around there. Yeah, I don't know why that first one that I did of this printed so freaking well, and then this one's having so many issues. So where is my installation directory for this thing? I don't know what you mean, Emily. So what I'm probably going to do is, here you go. I'll bring it back in a second. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to bring in my main 4K monitor, put it up here, and then slowly start replacing my monitors at home, seeing as that one is not doing so hot. Yeah, it's the ones that I linked in Discord. Hey, it's Derek. Hey, it's Chris over at the computer shop. Your computer is ready. I'll be up there in just a minute. Yeah, I'll be here till 4. Alrighty, have a good one. Bye. Excuse me? Yeah, he straight up pried it apart. Holy crap, that was quite large. Alright, the score on this. The thing weighs like 90 pounds. Thank you, Tech. That was good, man. Good, man. You having a good day?
Yes, sir.
That's good. Getting ready to rain out there.
It rained a little bit.
Yeah, well, I was just outside. It smells like rain. Oh, batteries. Don't know what I ordered that has a battery in it, but we'll find out. See you, man. What did I order that has a battery? Oh, haha. So, thank you for looking that stuff up for me. But I ended up getting this. We'll see how well this works. It is motion activated. It looks like someone has returned this. Yes, they have. All right, let's... And they took the stand out of it. Awesome. Let's see what we got. See how this works. On high. Yep, it fell. Like I said, her husband just straight up ripped it apart. Okay. Let's put this here. This uses a battery that I've never seen before. It's a CR123A. And if this will work... Oh, do they? Nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. That's what it looks like. All right, I need to do this real quick so that we can get the last photo of this thing and get this out of here. You know what the hardest thing for me to do on a day-to-day basis with you guys is? Not read out serial keys as I'm typing them. I'm gonna go work in that building, Emily. No, I generally don't. Hit up my Discord. I'm actually looking for someone that can make emotes for me. Who deleted that? That's a... I'll take it. You know, Mom? It's something. Yeah. It's got a high and a low setting. And we'll see. This guy is now just going to be pointed at the door. Oh, that was a new sound. It's not very loud, is it? So you make sure it doesn't go through the glass. I don't think it will. Get back on there. Oh. I see, I see. So this does go like that. And this is supposed to... Oh, this is a terrible design. Whatever, that should be good enough. Let's see what happens. I'm curious how far away it'll work. I know. Because it's not very loud. Did you hear it going off?
That's it?
Yes, that was the sound of it going off.
All I picked out you pump it off.
Yes.
Open the door.
You could hear that though, right?
No.
Just now it went off.
No.
Yes, it did. I heard it go off.
I didn't.
That's it.
If I'm scanning, I'm never gonna do it. So leave the single on the door.
No, taking it down. See how well that works. See if I can make a modification to it to make it louder.
Oh, geez.
I probably can. Alrighty. Excuse me. All right. I do think you're smart, Emily. All right, let's package this thing up. This thing weighs quite a bit now. That's the top. Of course. Why would it not be? All right. This is going to be the worst unboxing in the world. Because of what's in the box. Which is lemonade. Literally just lemonade. All right. You always ask that, Emily. Yeah, it's elderflower lemonade. really starting to run into problems with this AI stuff and having it work with 50 series cards. Because like I've been trying to get the stability diffusion to work for some time now, and 'tis not. Yeah, immediately I'm having problems again. Yeah, these AI cards are not AIing very well. The lids are not black. Ultra Seal. Yeah, because then no one is exploited and no one actually has to get paid for doing the work. So that's kind of nice. Sure. Thank you, Emily. Yep, it is getting pretty good. That's when you put, that's what happens when you put the whole of the internet into a model, you know? It can learn pretty quickly. Let's see how this turned out. Is any better? Yeah, that's fine. I guess that can be passable. That that is really not a very loud sound, is it? All right. Got a new door, like entryway thing. It's one of the quietest things. Let's try and print a couple of these. All right. I believe this is one of the ones that's on the list. Gotta love your doggos. Hey Kim, it's Chris. Just give me a call back before 4 o'clock today, and I will go over everything with you. Thanks. Bye. Did you give me a note for that voicemail?
No, I didn't. I deleted it. Oh, shit.
Came in at like 5 o'clock last night.
So this Kim Baker you were talking about.
Yes, I was talking about her, but
You know,
no, I got it. Yeah. This is Chris. Doing alright? Okay, what's your question? Yeah, it's 125. It's $100. Usually it's a couple days. Probably Monday. I'm closed on Saturday and Sunday. Alright. Alrighty. Nothing. I'm doing work. Trying to learn how to do something. we'll do this together. Does it? Seems to be working for me. love like doing stuff that is experimental. All right, we're working again. What are we doing here? Why is that stopping? Hey, Kim. I'm alright, how are you? I'm sorry. Oh, it's fun. Alright. Alright, so, your website. So the request staff tab is just a simple form that sends you an email, right? The request staff tab, that's just sending you a basic email. Okay. All right, the review open jobs tab. Where is it getting those jobs from? Mm-hmm. Sure. So do you just, on that page, do you just need that box removed and that's it? Or did you need something put in its place? View, yeah, the view jobs one, yeah. Okay. 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 All right. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward then. The and then the contact us is also very simple. So yeah, I don't see any reason I wouldn't be able to do that. And then the the K Benjamin. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, I should be able to create just a simple system that does that. The catch with that is going to be size. If if they have a PDF resume that's say over like 5 MB, that's where it's going to be an issue. Um, but that we can massage that a little bit and we can put some notes there. So I guess the next kind of couple things, the K Benjamin HR Strategy Plus, so that's straightforward. Um, the other issue that is a problem, it's strategies plus staffing. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Um, that domain is. Hold on, let me take a look here. Because if that domain is just a forward domain, then it will not work. Is there an actual website there? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, yeah. That becomes a complicated issue because we the main issue, the reason you're getting a Discord usage warning is because you have literally 30 gigs of emails, and unless you start getting rid of them or backing them up locally or something, it's just going to be a huge problem because I can't increase the size of your mailbox anymore. Right, it would be the same problem on any server that I go to. Because there's a maximum file size limit for emails, basically across everybody. Um, what I can look at doing is transitioning you from this over to like Microsoft Exchange, which has an archive system where it allows you to archive up to I think it's an equal amount. I think it's 49 gigs of emails can be archived, and then you can have 49 gigs of real time. And then you just have to, the difference is there's a monthly cost with Exchange, which is like it's like $10 a month. Hello? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, all of the primary email that you use, we would just transition that email over to Exchange, and then you could forward all of the rest of the emails that you have to that email address, and none of the other ones would have to change. It's just that one email address that's so like full. Yeah, no, it would be the same. Yeah, no, the only thing that would change is just some of the settings in Outlook. But that's behind the, like, kind of behind the curtain stuff that doesn't really affect how you use it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, let me go through this and see what it is, because like a lot of times what can end up happening is when you delete it, it's held in storage for 30 days, and it might be something like that where something's stuck there. Let me actually log into that, and then I will. Let's see here. I will make a note, and I'll see exactly where the files themselves are being stored and what's taking up the space. Because if it is just your email, then yeah, that's something we have to address. But if it's something else that I can make changes to, or if like there's files being uploaded to that, then that's obviously something that we can adjust. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll go through this. Basically, each form is going to take a couple hours. So basically, that's $150 per form. I think we just said there was 2, and and plus 1 more for the upload for everyone, like for the resume thing. So I think a total of 3. Yeah, well, yeah, I can set up something where you can pay online. It'll just include the processing fee on it. It should be, was that 4? It's 450 plus whatever I think it's like a 1% processing fee or something like that. I have to look to see what it is. But I'll send you an email with it, and then my start date for working on this for you will be Monday. All right. Yeah, and if you have any other questions, just shoot me an email. You as well. Bye. Great. Look into that. Iterations. The lowest 1.79. I would still have the same issue that I have now. Like I'm moving all of my clients to Exchange, like by the end of, I want to say next month, because she has 40 gigs of emails. What am I going to do with 40 gigs of emails? Me hosting it isn't going to make it better. She just needs to delete stuff. So just got to go through that.
I also want to close out. I want to close out that hosting that I have on that platform entirely. I don't have to worry about emails other than that one client, and I can move all of the customer files. I can get it downloaded, get it uploaded to my main, and then once it's on my main host, then I can just close it out because I'm paying like $70 a month for that other host, which I could use that for other stuff. Slightly. I mean, when I'm not streaming, Emily, I'm usually focused on something else, so. How's that going for you? Nice. That's good. Yeah, what about that? Sounds like it might be time to get a new one for sure. Yeah, I mean, it could be the power supply. There's a bunch of things it could be. I don't. I'm leaving it up now for you. Please put it down. No, display cables don't pop. As long as it's quick, I gotta go. Yeah, hope you have a good day too.
Alright. Alright, guys, I'm out. We'll see you later. Thank you guys for hanging out. Have a good one. Peace.